All right, first call, breeding meat goats, class 801. Christina Watts, Gage Bearings, Kaylee Davis, Quincy Blumen, Louis Ramos, class 801.
for our first class of our breeding goat show. A young man there in front is going to end up being our class winner, and I like that that goat's stoutness. I like that one's power, and I'll tell you, the ones that are first and second, they end up landing there because I think they have class leading advantages amongst the group. I think they're most unique, but in different ways. The young man's black one's the stoutest. The young man in the black shirt one's the stoutest. That one's more opened up there in its chest, and I'll go there in second. I think that one's just a bit bolder and rounder there. It's full rib. All that sets a foundation for that goat to have more power up high and from behind. I still like that one's hip and hind leg and construction. From the side, things fit together with balance and proportionality, in my opinion. That one's putting together the most good. Now, I'm not saying that one's the most unique to me there from the side. The goat in second, I think, is the shallowest there in the base of its chest. I think that one throws the longest, thinnest neck. The highest there on the top side of his shoulder. Still has a good shape from behind. That one's just not as stout in terms of its bone work. I think that goat's a little bit more closed up there in the base of its chest. Consequently, maybe just a bit flatter there in its forerib. Doesn't have the same stoutness, power, width, and muscle that our class winner does. The goat that's going to end up landing there in third, I think, is one that's in this class kind of riding the line of being complete of these trio, but also maybe saying just doesn't have the same out there pieces as the one first and second. To me, that goat doesn't hit me as stout. That goat doesn't hit me as round-bodied and muscular as the class winner, and then isn't as good-looking there from the side as the goat there in second. But what I do like about that one is when we get them cooperating at all in terms of when they circle, I think that one holds its front end together and right in behind its shoulder just a bit better than the goat in fourth. And that's where I would critique the young ladies. Goat in fourth, young lady, if you want, we go ahead and circle that one around there, right in behind the young lady there in third. That's one that when she's fighting, obviously it doesn't help, but I try to just study that one's front end assembly. It wants to get a little bit looser in terms of her shoulder in motion. I think she gets a little bit weaker behind it, both in motion and when she gets a little too stretched out there from the side. I think that one's chest might fall out of her just a bit. And not going to have any overwhelming pieces in terms of stoutness and power or body shape to the goats there ahead of her. The young lady that's going to go ahead and come in fifth, I think a close decision between fifth and sixth. That goat's bigger. That goat's more extended. I think more attractive from the side. To work up, we got to have more width, rib, and muscle in that one. Around the particular class, it's just a bit bolder and softer in terms of her body, but I think that one's plain in its muscle. I think that one's a little bit plainer there in its look. A very, very good class to get things started off with. Go ahead and put your hands together for each one of these exhibitors.
Placings, Class 801, breeding meat goats. Sixth place, Kaylee Davis. Fifth place, Quincy Fluman. Fourth place, Gage Behrens. Third place, Christina Watts. Second place, Luis Ramos. First place, Gage Behrens. Next class, 802, Christina Watts. Christina Watts. Kaylee Davis. Quincy Fluman. Luis Ramos. Your platinum buyer from last year's show, Jacoby Feed and Seed, top 10. Lone Star Land Partner and the Ranches at Buck Ridge. Brady National Bank, McCulloch County Board of Development, Commercial National Bank, Fred Nuncio Fencing, Brady Butane Company Incorporated, Powell Family, 4K Ranch and Farm Operations LP, Brady and Hamilton Law Firm LLP, Dodco LLC, Graves Group Insurance, Heimer Insurance Services, Matterhorn Express Pipeline. Remember, Brady Youth Foundation has a concession stand over there. They've got coffee, cocoa, water, drinks, breakfast tacos, nachos.
It's this look, I'm right here, once the exhibitors get their leg in, that allows the young lady to the far right to go to surface. I think the way that one draws up from the side is much better than the two behind it, and I think it's helped by some structural advantages as well. To me, that one's the best, and the shallowness and tucked upness there of its chest. It progressively gets deeper back into its flank. That goat stays strong there in her top line. I think specifically to the goats there behind her too. She's longer out of her hip and correct there in the set to her hind leg. So once you get her evaluated there from the side, that one just draws the best picture from the profile in terms of attractiveness and balance. And then I never question if there's enough width, if there's enough stoutness, body shape, and muscle in that one as well. The goat that's going to come in second, compared to the one in third, I think has some advantages in terms of smoothness of shoulder. I prefer that about that goat. In motion, I think that one's maybe just a bit sounder and more comfortable than the one there in third. Compared to the one in first, it's not good enough looking. Now, more prominent there in the base of his chest, a little weaker there behind his shoulder. I think a goat that's shorter and steeper out of its hip, we need to fix her in that area if I'm going to switch that top pair. The one that comes in third, that one's real stout. That's a big-legged goat that's powerful there in her form from behind. Great shape to her body, big hips with a lot of muscle. I just studied that one to get a little bit coarser and more prominent there at the point of its shoulder. I think a goat that maybe just gets a little bit straighter there in terms of its hind leg and motion. I don't know if that one is bred with the same skeletal quality as the goats there in first and second. The young man that's going to come in fourth, that's a goat that has some shape up high and from behind. I just need to fix that one's balance, proportionality from the side. That one cuts up in its flank. We need to fix that one's flank line. I think that one gets a little bit straighter in its hind leg as well. There's not enough out there pieces from a power standpoint or a look standpoint to work up there in the top three. We got a deep, soft body when they're out this particular class. Gets a little bit longer there in its back pasture. This gets too plain in general. Let's look there from the side. Congratulations to these five.
Placings, Class 802. Fifth place, Kaylee Davis. Fourth place, Louis Ramos. Third place, Quincy Fluman. Second place, Christina Watts. First place, Christina Watts. Class 803, Charlie Williams, Grayson Williams, Quincy Fluman, Liana Gonzalez.
right, sorry. I think this might be our last class, and I think we ended on a high note. We got a pair of them up top that I think are very, very good, but I'll just be honest, as I process through both of those in my mind, to me, the one lady to the right's class winner has more, probably just about every area that I study them, and I think is maybe just a notch better in majority of all those areas. From the side, I think a goat that draws together a pretty good line in terms of progression of depth, the strength of the lines. I think that one's specifically compared to the goat second. Neck's thinner, longer, and ties higher on the top side of his shoulder. Then you get in front of him, you get in behind him, you study him in terms of a skeletal width, body shape, and muscle. Again, those are all advantages to that goat. To me, it's hard to beat that one. The one area that I could maybe give an advantage to the goat second is I think the goat second transition from its shoulder into its forerib and center body is just a bit smoother and more consistent. But I don't think that goat, you can convince me, is any bolder bodied or better rib. I just think that transition is smoother. And then from the side, just being comparative, just a bit more jammed up front, maybe just a bit more prominent there in the base of its chest. Ultimately, from the side, I don't gravitate to that one as much. And then from the side, and then getting behind them, there's not advantages in width, there's not advantages in stoutness and width and muscle. I would say that one's class leader in those areas. If first wasn't in here, unfortunately first is. That's why she lands in second. Between third and fourth, it comes down to width, rib, and body shape. The young lady's in third, I think, is built wider, bolder, and more powerful. Young lady comes out here again and does a phenomenal job. But comparative to the ones at first and second, just a bit more fragile in its bone work. I don't know, it's elevated and extended enough up front for me to say that one hits me with the same amount of quality or attractiveness as the goats in first and second. We ran out this particular class with one that when you ask the goats to circle, is very sound, very, very comfortable. But once we try to gather that one there from the profile, it's too open there at the bottom of its shoulder, too prominent there in the base of its chest, not attractive enough to the front third of its body. And then from behind, if you step in behind these four, there's no argument that one's the most closed up, the flattest body, just needs more power. Go ahead and put your hands together for these four.
Results, Class 803. Fourth place, Liana Gonzalez. Third place, Quincy Fluman. Second place, Grayson Williams. First place, Charlie Williams. Now we'll have the championship drive for Grand and Reserve. Out of Class 803, we need Charlie Williams. Out of Class 802, we need Christina Watts. Out of Class 801, we need Gage Behrens.
If you've been sitting here from the start and we're here during the Hawk Show and have been heard me talk and process through those, and now here in the Doe Show, a very consistent thing I talk about just like I did in the Hawk Show is I'm looking for an animal that I think can combine the goods. I don't try to fall too far one way. To me, the most ideal is the one that can combine pieces. And you bring these 3 class winners out here. I think we started off with one that I label as probably a stout, powerful one that's built bold and wide and muscular. That one balances proportions, but you could argue there's some out here, other class winners that maybe have some advantages from the profile in terms of look and attractiveness. The one that comes out of the 2nd class, that's one that from the side we can make legitimate arguments for maybe being one of the best, better or best looking one out here, just in terms of being tucked up in its chest, a goat that's elevated, good in its progression to depth. Its skeletal quality allows it to look very, very attractive and high quality there from the profile. But you compare that one to the other class winners out here. That one's maybe the flattest there, and it's full rib. Consequently, if you put your hands on him, it doesn't open with the same power up high. Good shape, but probably just not as powerful, dimensional in terms of its muscle. So you like its look, doesn't have enough power out here amongst the other class winners. And then we round out that last class with one that is extremely opened up. That's very, very good in the shape to its body and its muscularity. You get off to the side of these goats, so that one fits together very, very good in terms of its balance, proportionality. If you can't tell yet, to me, that's the one that combines the most good. Young lady in our last class will be champion. Congratulations. Bring second behind that champion, and that one certainly gets in the mix for me, and I think it gets just a bit closer. That class was tough, but we still had a very high quality one that ends up being our champion. I talked about how that one comparative to our class winner or to our champion maybe just wasn't as elegant, tucked up, youthful there through the front third of her body, but I think still balances and proportions very well. That one's bold-bodied and wide, and you get right in behind it, but I compare that one maybe back to the one that wins the first class. I can't say that I think that one is stouter. I can't say that I think that one is bolder or any more muscular, if you will. I give the advantage to the one that wins the first class. And the second class winner is the one that's different, I think, out here now amongst this group, because that one is still, of these three, to me, the best from the side in terms of strength of top line, length, extension, and just attractiveness. But I keep going back when I get in behind him. Just for my liking, I don't know if that one's got enough punch. I don't know if that one's bulky enough in its body or its muscularity. To me, I like animal stout. I like a powerful one. He can still make a good structure and balance. I'm going to lean that way. Young man there out of our first class is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion is Gage Behrens. Your grand champion is Grayson Williams. Market goats, class 701. Adley Langston, Allie Ruiz, Gage Behrens, Kinsley Langston. Your buckle sponsors for our Grand Champion Market Goat is Doug and Tammy Hemphill. Your breeding doe, Probst Farms. Your reserve champion. Your reserve champion Market Goat belt buckle sponsor, Central Texas Farm Credit. Your breeding doe, Probst Farms.
I'll be honest, for our first class of market goats, I don't know if there's one that just ties everything together. For me to confidently say I do think this one's the best in the class. It needs to win easy. So with that said, I kind of step back. I regather myself with an open mindset and say, ask myself, which one can I find the most good in? And I think the skeletal quality, the presence and attractiveness of the young lady on the right is the goat that I could do that with. So whether you ask him to circle or you just evaluate him there from the profile, I think that one's the soundest. I think that one's the best legged. From the side, that one's the most extended, level, and just allows that one to be the most attractive. Where's that one need to be better? We could widen that one up. We could bolden that one up in the shape to its body. There's no arguing that. But I don't know if there is some older body, more muscular ones from behind. But I don't know if there's one that's good enough from a structural aspect for me not to use the quality of that goat in first. Now, if you're going to want one that's wider, if you're going to want one that's bolder and more powerful, you got one at second, you even have one at third. There is no arguing the young man's whether they're in second. It is built wider in the base of his chest. That one's quite a bit bolder in its body. And in return, it allows you to meet your hand with just more width there on the backside of its blade and more width there over its loin. That goat's got more muscle. But when I back off the side of him, that one's not only plainer there on the top side of his shoulder and there in the base of his chest. Hip and hind leg construction is probably the thing I'm most critical of that one on. That one's a little bit longer in its back passage and it plants straighter in its back leg. I just don't think that allows me to be confident enough in that one's look or attractiveness there from the side. to switch that top pair. Very, very similar descriptions in the goat and third. That one's got the right amount of width, rib, and muscle. That one handles good at this stage in game. I just want to stout that one up in terms of its bone work. It's too frail for all the mass that it does have up high, so I think it throws off its proportionality, top to bottom, and then I think that's a shorter body one that everything's just a little bit jammed up on. In terms of just maturity pattern and extension, the young lady's goat and fourth most closely resembles our class winner. I just don't think that one's got the same looseness and structure, the same skeletal quality that our class winner does. That one doesn't use its hip and hind leg quite as good as our class winner. And then from behind, that's the one we got to get more width and power as well. In fifth and sixth, I think just a very small, minute difference, but from behind, the young lady's goat in fifth just has just a bit more boldness to my touch, and maybe just a bit more shape up high. The goat that's going to round out this particular class is sound. I just got to give that one more width and power from every angle that you're studying. A good way to get our market goat show kicked off. Put your hands together for each one of these exhibitors.
Placings, Class 701. Sixth place, Kinsley Langston. Fifth place, Adley Langston. Fourth place, Allie Ruiz. Third place, Allie Ruiz. Second place, Gage Behrens. First place, Gage Behrens. Class 702, Christina Watts. Christina Watts, Christina Watts, Grayson Williams, Grayson Williams, Sophie Garcia. Everyone remember, get your picture taken after you finish showing a species. Need to fill out your bio cards. Turn in your raffle tickets at the end of the day. Also, ag mechanic projects are over here under the pavilion. Be sure and look at them before you leave. All right, Class 701, we have a correction on the placings there. Sixth place, Kinsley Langston. Fifth place, Adley Langston. Fourth place, Allie Reese. Third place, Gage Behrens. Second place, Gage Behrens. First place, Allie Ruiz.
Obviously, with the extra time taken, quite a bit of challenges, in my opinion, amongst these. Just like in the last class, I don't think there's one that jumps out. This is not a class that I can convince myself there's something that actually that absolutely has to happen. I take a step back again, and I work through each one of these and ask myself, what are things that I can tie into? What are things that when I pick up or turn the microphone on that I can describe and allow me to convince myself they're good enough regions to work up. And the young lady's goat to the right that ends up being the class winner, I think from a structural standpoint, a build standpoint, is what allows that one to surface. When you ask the goats to circle, I think that one's built the best, specifically its hip and hind leg. I think that goat's strength at the surface in terms of its pastern, the set to its hind leg, the length and levelness there of its hip. Draws the best picture there from the side. That goat's not perfect in the base of his chest. I wish we could clean him up just a bit there, but he is deeper back into its flank, so that still allows his body lines to let him balance the proportion there from the profile. It would be a whole lot easier of a decision if he would meet me my hand that much better when I put my hands on him, be that much better, just shapelier and wider right behind the shoulder. But the thing about that is we could maybe say there are minute differences between the one and second and third there in terms of handle, but I don't think it's a big enough difference for me to overcome what I feel are advantages from a structural standpoint and the goat in first. The goat that's going to come in second, specifically to compare to the one in third, is stouter at the surface, which is big for me because I think that helps that one's proportionality there from the side, top to bottom. That one's bigger bone. That one's more powerful in its forearm. I think a goat that even in motion is still better just in terms of the use of its hind leg. Not as good as the one in first, but I do think is better than the goat in second. But it can't have the same structural quality as their class winner, which still lands that one second. The goat that's going to come in third, obviously the biggest, the oldest, but still handles very fresh, and I appreciate that about that goat, but I can just get too nitpicky on that one from the side. To me, that one's too fragile in its bone work. That one's too frail there in its forearm. That goat's got a permanent set to its hind leg. It's too frail in its hind leg. You step in behind it, kind of pulls in. I just cannot convince myself that goat comes together good enough there from the side to work up in first and second. The one that's going to come in fourth, I think from the outside, it's easy to see what that one's advantages are amongst the ones in first, second, third. That goat's built the widest, and that goat's built the boldest. But when you put your hands on him, I don't think that goat's got that big of an advantage right in behind his shoulder. Honestly, planes up just a little bit there. And then from the side, that one is the most jammed up. That one's the plainest in its look of the goats that end up being in the top four. A sound, loose-made one there in fifth. That one just needs more width. That one needs more rib. That one needs more muscle, both dimension and shape. When you get right on top of them and view that one from behind. A big-legged one around this particular class. There's two playing through its front end, two playing there in its muscle. Very, very good class that offered a whole bunch of challenge. I thank these kids for continuing to work hard. Put your hands together and congratulate each one of them.
Placings, Market Goats, Class 702. Sixth place, Sophie Garcia. Fifth place, Christina Watts. Fourth place, Grayson Williams. Third place, Grayson Williams. Second place, Christina Watts. First place, Christina Watts. Now we'll have the judging for the championship drive on Market Goats. Out of Class 701, be Ali Ruiz with her first place goat. Our second place goat will be Gage Mirens. Out of the heavyweight class, Christina Watts first place, Christina Watts second place.
once you bring the class for the first and seconds back out here for the champion a market goat drive, the two class winners are two that surface the top of their class, I think, from their advantages from a structural standpoint. And I'll tell you, of those two, that's their similarity. One of them, I think, is maybe just a bit better in the base of its chest and its extension there at the top side of its shoulder, but I also think that there's one that has advantages comparatively in terms of width of chest, shape to their body, and maybe just a bit more width and power from behind. And of those two, I can tell you the combination of structural quality with a little extra width, a little extra boldness and muscularity is what's going to separate those two. Put your hands together for each one of these. I'll take another look, and I'll shake the hand of your champion. Obviously now after that decision, the champion was the one that combined width with skeletal quality just a bit better for me. Now you bring the second behind that one. I think I can get more critical on that one, structure comparative to the one there that wins the first class. And I don't think there's just as big of a difference maybe in terms of width as there was there for the selection of the champion. I think just quality pieces of the young ladies there on the first class there from the side in terms of extension. That one's hip and hind leg construction. This is how its body lines come together. Hits me the second best. Young lady right there will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion, market goat, Ali Ruiz. Your grand champion, Christina Watts. Junior showmanship, be headed to the ring. Junior showmanship, 13 and under.
Where'd they get that from?
to me, I'm out here in this group of young ladies out here for junior showmanship. There's just an advantage, or one that you can tell is just a little bit more comfortable out here. I think amongst each one of these exhibitors, not only is more comfortable, but if you just take a step back in a real relaxed fashion and just watch them show, this exhibitor is also the quickest. Getting their goats' feet set, getting their leg in, getting them driving, I think to the highest degree. And to me, that just sets this one apart, and it's pretty simple and pretty quick. So if you could, put your hands together for each one of these. I'll go shake the hand of your champion junior showman.
Junior showmanship, Grayson Williams. Senior showman, 14 and over. Senior showmanship, be lining up.
Tell you what, I'll get with him and I'll rest you next week. See where we're at.
Of the four senior goat showmanship exhibitors that we have, to me there's two that kind of separate themselves just from the simple fact that they more consistently get their animal set up square. They get their goat just set up quicker, more efficiently in that matter as well. But of those two, to me, there's one that just for my personal preference, I prefer the fact this one keeps the front feet there on the ground just a bit more. I don't want to see them driving too hard because it causes them to get maybe just a little bit stretched out. So I think this exhibitor's ability to do that is what separates them out here in this group of four and amongst the top two that I would say soar up to the top. So go ahead and put your hands together for each one of these. I'll take another look and I'll shake the hand of the champion.
Senior showmanship, Gage Barons. All right, we're going to roll right into the Angora Goat Show here in just a few minutes. Please remember, underneath the pavilion, we got ag mechanic projects. Be sure and go and look at that and talk to those young people about their projects. Our first class of Angora goats will be class 901, Billy Kids. We have Emma Williams, Trey Evans. All right, our first class of Angora goats is class 901. Kid Billies. Emma Williams, Trey Evans. Our judge today is Roland Trees from Rock Springs.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to go ahead and get into this class, and then whenever we get down to the Champion Drive, I'll give you some more comments. But, as we get into this class, we find the thing about that they've got in their advantages is they've got a lot of time left. We're about 30 days out. We're a little bit longer than 30 days out whenever we get to these other major shows. And that's what they need. They need a little bit more time. We're going to start out with this goat right here. As I look at him from front end to back end, he's got a lot of weight to him in regards to shearing weight. And if you peel him off, I tell you what, I'm kind of looking at what we're going to do as far as which one's going to provide the most money, and he's probably going to do that today. This goat's made right. He's got some coverage all the way down to the ground, and again, he just needs some time. Like the chin on him, we see a lot of goats nowadays that are lacking in chin, and I think that's a problem. I think that we need to correct that. And these goats right here, they kind of fill that bill a little bit. As we get down through there, we see him. He's better. This is good. And this is next in line as far as that chin coverage goes. I look at those fleeces. There's not much change as you get down through there. So I like to see that consistency from front end to back end. Either the front, the middle, or the last third. If I can find one that doesn't have any changes, then that's going to please me quite a bit. Billy, we're coming here with the second place. It's covered real well. We're talking about a lot of breed character right there. Go ahead and get him kind of profiled up a little bit more so we can kind of get him to lead that goat up just a little bit. When you look at that goat, a lot of people like to see some cover. They like to see more coverage on the face, and I happen to be one of them. I think the basic fundamental function of an Angora goat is to produce mohair. And the more mohair that he can produce, the happier I'm going to be. We always like to put that coverage all the way down to the ground. The one thing that he's going to sacrifice, and I think it's quite obvious from the sideline, you can tell, is he's giving up a little bit of size right there. He just needs a little more time. Let's look at this goat, get him sheared maybe in February and see how he gets on down the road, to the summer shows and sales. But this goat's pretty well where he needs to be right now. I'd like to see him, look like in January. Let's see how he looks then, with a little more length, a little more volume of hair that he would have on him, and he presents himself in a very good manner. Billy, we got down here in third place is awfully fine. I tell you what, if you want to find a fine here goat, this goat right here, he gets that done pretty well. I'd like to see a little more shearing weight, possibly a little more grease to him. We don't find many goats anymore that has a lot of grease to them. I'm not advocating for a flat lock, heavy shearing goat, but we need to have a little more grease in there in order to have a preservative and also to exhibit what type of luster and brilliance some of that fleece can have. But he's got that tendency. He's awful good. And again, another fine haired goat. I'd just like to see him with a little more weight. Goat in fourth place is going to shear some pounds right there, but he gives up some consistency in that pattern as you come from front end to back end. There's a lot of changes in there. I'd like to see a little more luster to him. A little more definition of staple, a little more character to it, and I think that this goat could probably place a little bit higher. Y'all give them a round of applause.
Placings, Class 901. Fourth place, Trey Evans. Third place, Emma Williams. Second place, Trey Evans. First place, Emma Williams. Class 902, yearling fillies. Emma Williams, Trey Evans, Emma Williams. Buckle sponsor for your grand champion Angora Goat, Edmonston Ranch. Your reserve champion sponsor, Brady Civic Club. Your showmanship for juniors is Frank and Jane Hoybeck. And Ronnie and Candy Moore is your reserve champion. Or your senior showmanship. Your platinum buyer at last year's premium sales, Jacoby Feed and Seed, top 10. Lone Star Land Partner at the ranches at Buck Ridge, Brady National Bank, McCulloch County Board of Development, Commercial National Bank, Fred Nuncio Fencing, Brady Butane Company Incorporated, Powell Family, 4K Ranch and Farm Operations LP, Brady and Hamilton Law Firm LLP, Dodco LLC, Graves Group Insurance, Heimer Insurance Services, Matterhorn Express Pipeline.
Oh yeah, I mean, historically, we're pretty much done.
I did have a little setback. They gave me some new antibiotics, so it made me
Even though we're running a little ahead of schedule, the sheep show will still start at 1 p.m.
You know, we've only got 4 goats out here, and I studied them kind of long. And you can look at them, because on the scorecard, there's 2 things that we're always looking at. We're looking at structure, and we're looking at fleece. And there's so many traits that we've got to get them all up one tree, and you know how that is, because I do think the Angora goat's probably the most genetically modified animal we've got in agriculture now today, because of their background. You go back to Turkey and you see a lot of the goats that they came from. There's a lot of variation, a lot of change in there, and I think, and I'm just going to tell you what I'm thinking right here today. I think these 2 billies right here we've got in first and second place. My observation is I've probably seen a lot of nannies this fall. You can tell simply by the length of fleece they've got there. We'd probably like to see it a little bit longer right at this point, but I think that they kind of put it together in terms of weight and their body. Granted, we've got the 2 biggest billies in the class up here, in the first and second hold, but as you get there and look at them, I'll tell you what, I think he'll probably shear a few more pounds, which I like to see. And naturally, if I had to make a correction, I'd probably change the horns on him. I don't think that there's anything that we can say that's going to change that right now, but that's what we'd like to do. We'd like to change those horns, provide a little more, as I call it, the ennoblement. I think these goats have to look like an Angora goat rather than to go back to the other side, back in Turkey where they look a little bit different. And I'd much rather them have kind of an ibex head than I would a Mark IV or, any of those other goats kind of head. And I think that we're seeing that a lot, in the Angora world right now. But you get him out there on the range, he's got a lot of width up there, and I think I like that as far as those horns go. You can't get a foot caught. And this fall, I did see a picture of 2 goats that were locked up. Both of them had their hooves up there in their horns that are both locked up. So we've got to keep that in mind. We've got to watch that the whole time. But as you go from front end to back end, I see some consistency there, and there's some weight on that goat, and I think that's still important. Structural correctness, I think that he's got the length of body, and he puts that balance in there. We'd like to see him again with a little more spring to rib, a little more width of body. But again, I'm making an observation here, and I'm saying that these 2 billies right here probably seen a lot of nannies this fall. As we get into the second place goat right there, another good one right there. He's got some pattern down through there that I like to see. It's consistent. I'd probably change him up on that hip structure a little bit. But anyway, he carries himself real well. Looks good about that head, and he's got some fineness to him. Granted, if we're coming down to third place goat right here, somebody's going to say, well, why didn't you put him up a little bit higher? I think he gives up a little bit as far as body weight and size. I think we see that. I'd like to see him a little bit longer, but this is an awfully good goat. Let's see how he comes. Let's see what he looks like a little bit further down the road. Another judge is going to like him better than I like these other 2. But I come from a little bit different mindset. I come from probably I like to see the show in the goat, but again, I like to see about the commercial part of it as well. I think the 2 billies that we've got up here in the first and second hole probably get that done. But this goat right here is probably going to find a lot of friends as we get on down the road. Let's see what he looks like a little bit further down there. Goat down here is good. He's upstanding, got some depth of body. Like maybe to change the structure on that front end a little bit. Got a good horn set to him, some spring rib, but there's some changes in there as we analyze that fleece from front end to back end. It just kind of breaks up as far as the consistency. I'd like to see him a little more, straight in his pattern. And what I mean by that is he's just be able to keep that pattern going and have that consistent pattern. But there are some changes in the fleece staple, curl, and that sort of thing in there. But anyway, y'all give them a hand.
Class 902 placings, yearling billies. 4th place, Emma Williams. 3rd place, Emma Williams. 2nd place, Trey Evans. 1st place, Trey Evans. Class 903, head does. Trey Evans, Emma Williams. Emma Williams, Trey Evans.
We're good now? Okay. Thank you. When you get into this class and you start to kind of look at them and look at the finer points, as you look from the point of the shoulder and you go back and you get all the way to that bridge and start to look at these females and see what their pattern is. This female I've got here in first place, she just kind of puts it together in a number of different ways. You check that point of the shoulder, you go inward toward the center of the chest, and you see some consistency there as far as that pattern goes. And I've got to appreciate that. She's covered well all the way to the ground. She's got some spring ribs. She's plenty showing. We like to. I'm still a showman, and I like to see a female that looks like that. She's got a soft ear to her, and she's covered well, and she just kind of presents herself and kind of creates a presence whenever she walks in that ring. You gotta like her for the breed character, and then again, that pattern of fleece. You get down here in the second and third place, and we've got some females here that are covered well. They got some fineness to them. But I see some subtle changes as I go down through there and look at that fleece. I'd like to see them sheared one more time. Let's see what they look like next year. And, this coming spring, in June or July, on down the road, if we shear them maybe for the summer shows or whatever, and to do that. But, again, you've got a female in second place right there. It's got a lot of volume, a lot of spring and rib capacity to her. We've got to appreciate that as far as the structure goes. Covered well. I still like to see that coverage about the head. She's got a little open channel there, and there's nothing wrong with that. You see a lot of guys that are trying to breed for that, because they're going to turn some of these bucks out on this big open range, and I think that's one of the attributes that she's got. Female we've got in second place. Again, another fine-haired female, awfully good. Again, just some subtle changes as we ease on down from front end to back end about the pattern and the consistency of it. We want to see it be the same from front end to back end, and she just gives a little bit up like that. And she gives up a little bit of volume. I'd like to see her a little bit deeper bodied. But again, a nice female. Female we've got down here in fourth place is a decent kind of female. I tell you what, she's kind of female that puts a lot of structural correctness in there. She crosses a lot of boxes off that I like to see on that structure side, and she's awful good. It's always been my desire to find a filly that will be able to match all these females, and it probably won't be just one. You probably have to find one that match her up. She's got some extension in her neck. You check out that horn set on that female. We see a lot of goats that are a little bit close-headed, a little bit closer horn, but she's got that and she puts it together. Maybe got another joint and neck in there that we'd like to see that, and she's covered off well. She just gives up a little bit of pattern in there. And let's let her get on down the road, maybe January or February, and see if she comes on, because we can see these goats change, I guarantee you, in the last 2 weeks. And generally, they always change for the better. Y'all give them a hand.
Placings. It's on now. Placings class 903. Fourth place, Trey Evans. Third place, Emma Williams. Second place, Emma Williams. First place, Trey Evans. Class 904, yearling does. Emma Williams, Emma Williams, Trey Evans, Trey Evans.
Hello. You know, as you get into this class, you know, we've got 4 really good solid females that I think, again, we've got some changes in the fleece pattern as we get down from, you know, we get on down through there. But then I'm going to have to concede that I'm going to have some concessions here on this first place nanny we've got. Not quite as covered, you know, all the way down to the top of her hooves, kind of like the way I like to see it. I'll concede the fact that our second, third, and even our fourth place, you know, are covered a little bit better all the way down to the ground. But whenever you look at this goat, and I'm basing this on an experience I had back when I was probably 15 years old. You look at that nanny from front end to back end, you find that pattern she's got right there. And in regards to, you know, the kind and type of luster that she's got on it right now, I think a lot of goats need to aspire and need to move this direction as far as what they've got as far as oil goes. I don't think she's got too much. I don't think she's got too little. And the other comment that I'll make about her is that she's consistent from front end to back end, center to the chest. And you start to go on back, there's a pattern there that you can't deny, in my opinion. As I kind of hold that fleece and kind of weigh it in my hands, I think she's probably even going to shear just a tick more than these others, even though they appear to be covered better, and they probably got a little more length to them. I think she's got some weight right there. And I don't think that we've got to worry too much about the content of oil in here. I hear some people say that, oh, oil equals coarse fleece. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I've dealt with those older mohair buyers in years past. Howard Ragsdale, Ford Oglesby, Art Boot. There are a lot of guys, you know, that have been in the mohair buying business, and they were never worried about the oil content. They knew that they were going to get them sheared and probably yield a little bit less fleece on there. But what they were concerned about was the quality and caliber of the fleece that they've got. And I think this goat has got it. One thing I will say, she resembles a goat that I sold probably when I was about, 14, 15 years old. She's got a spot back there on her hip. And I don't think, if you've been in the goat business long enough, you come back here and you look at that spot. It might be just a little bit close to being sheepy, but I'm going to tell you something. There's just about this much difference between a sheepy goat and a dang good one. And I've seen that 100 times. I've seen goats have these spots. They'll have them up on the top. They may have them up there on their hip, up there on their loin. They may go back to their hip, and they may have it down there, in the sides or whatever, and you see that. But whenever they carry that pattern from front end to back end, I'm kind of convinced that what she needs is a little more time. She needs to be sheared again, maybe from spring or whatever. But let's get her on into January. Let's get her into February. Let's see what her growth pattern looks like. But this is a female that's awful good. These two females in second and third place are pretty much kind of similar, and I left them the way they are. I looked at the third place goat, and I thought I might move her up a little bit because of depth of volume. But if you look at her and her overall length of body in comparison to this, I think that she gives up a little bit. Whenever I go to the fleece, I go to look at that. And again, we see those subtle differences as we're going down through there. I'd like to see that pattern of fleece stay the same, stay consistent, from the point of the shoulder all the way back to the breech and even back there on that back leg. And I'd like to see maybe, again, a little more oil to them. They're good goats, and these are the kind of goats that I think that you can find you a filly that's probably going to work on those really good. But they're covered well, and they do a good job as far as the total coverage that they've got on. Female we've got down here gives up a lot as far as pattern goes. Whenever you look at her, naturally she's kind of the smaller frame one in the class. We'd like to see her be, again, a little more consistent through there. But again, find the filly that's probably going to work on her. And I know it's always an experiment, so. You've got to find one. But anyway, this is a nice set of nannies right here. You really got to appreciate them.
Placings, class 904 yearling does. Fourth place, Emma Williams. Third place, Emma Williams. Second place, Trey Evans. First place, Trey Evans. Now we'll have the grand champion drive. Not yet. All right, now we have the Grand Champion Drive.
Well, I tell you what, between Stacy and her crew and the guys up on the mic and all these volunteers and all these showmen, y'all give them a big round of applause. I tell you, a bad day showing is better than a good day working. I don't care where you come from, and it's always good. I like to be in this element right here, be in a barn where I'm in amongst a like-minded set of people. I come from a ranching family down in the hill country and been around sheep and goats and cattle all my life. And I want to commend y'all for, continuing this stock show here on the county level. We see these things ebb and flow. We see the numbers go up. We see them go down. I've been talking to the announcers a little bit. And my county show back home, is kind of suffering for numbers right now. But I think we see these things go up and down, and we certainly want to commend y'all. Your exhibitors today they've been very attentive. They've been respectful, and I can't help but think that these kids that come out of this show ring and out of this barn are probably going to be our future leaders. I see a lot of people. As I went off to college and stuff, I see them go ahead and turn into doctors, lawyers, all that stuff, and then be congressmen, and hopefully they do some good if they head that way. But I've got a firm belief in everybody that comes out of agriculture to be, probably the better leaders for the United States, and I think a lot of them are here in this barn. I see a lot of familiar faces along the side, And I know my kids showed against them and with them, and they've gone on and they've done a really good job. But appreciate y'all putting this goat show together up here. I know we were small in numbers, but there's a lot of good goats in here, and I think if they can just go on and keep doing this, then y'all are going to be on the right track. And I appreciate y'all inviting me. It's an honor, and I'm humbled to be asked to come do these. I get to sort a lot of goats on ranches through the year, and it's always a lot of fun to kind of come back and see what these goats do whenever they get sheared and they get on the show. And in that respect, I wish y'all all the luck in the world. Y'all be safe, and y'all hit all the shows that you can possibly afford to hit. So again, I appreciate that.
All right, next we'll go to junior and senior showmanship. All right, ladies, if you have lost your cell phone, we have had one turned in up here. Your reserve grand champion, Angora Goat, Trey Evans. Your grand champion, Angora Goat, Trey Evans. Now we are judging for the junior showmanship. Your junior showman is Emma Williams. Immediately after senior showmanship, we are going to recognize the ag mechanic projects. Senior showmanship, Trey Evans. All right, at this time, we're going to recognize our ag mechanic projects. I'm going to start with our 7th place finisher. Our 7th place will be Lone Team 4, a picnic table, and that was made by Farman De La Rosa. Sixth place, Lone Team 6, and they made a gate. That is Gabriel Torres and Alex Pitcox. In 5th place, Lone Team 5, they made a picnic table. Austin Ellison, Vincent Silva. 4th place, Lone Team 1, they made a fire pit. Jacob Espinoza, Dallas Keller, Joe Anthony De La Fuente. Your 3rd place team is Lone Team 2. They made dog pens. That is Caden Reeves and Landon Skis. All right, your reserve champion and your grand champion. After I announce them, they ask you to get your prizes and go back to your projects over there where they can take your picture. Your reserve grand champion is Lone Team 3, Callum Slatton and Barrett Brock. And they made the shooting targets. Your grand champion is a trailer made by Gage Behrens. Like I say, if you have not looked at these projects, go over here and look. It's amazing what some of those kids can do. Let's give them all one more great big hand for a great job.
We're going to go ahead and start our breeding sheep show with our South Downs first. Our class consists of Gauge Barons and Gauge Barons. For Class 602 of medium wools, we need Braylon Brandenberger, Charlie Williams, Rayleigh Kaiser, and Wyatt Fox.
So you're going to tear down that old house and build Martin Minion? I'll tell you what, dude, I'm just throwing it out there. You know, that old house is oh, yeah, where were we going? Anyway, this is so I thought, save money by using save what you save. And then I tell you what, tying it, yeah, because you're trying to tie into the oil and then go with glue, and then, yeah, it ended up, well, it's brand new. Well, if it's brand new, it may be worth saving. I hear that stuff messed up. Or, like, since he had died, something was going on and they haven't figured it all out yet.
Well, they had, but they will.
Oh. Becky, boy.
Nice pair of South Down ewes to get this deal kicked off. We have two sheep that I think are honestly pretty different, just in their maturity pattern. I think their stature and things along those lines are pretty opposite. You talk about the young lady to the right that ends up being our class winner. That sheep is probably just a bit smaller. She's maybe not as extended there out of her shoulder, but I think still once you back off and study those sheep from the side, her extra depth back into her flank and the shape there to her leg still allows all of her body lines to tie together and give her a good balanced look. Structurally, I think she's square. I think she's sound. And then you just talk about this center body, just mass and power when you get right in behind them. I also give the advantage to that sheep there as well. So I think there's a better combination of things there, in my opinion, on why that ends up being our class winner. The sheep that's going to come in second is more youthful. That sheep's different, probably even pretty different just for a South Down in general, because it is thinner, more extended there ahead of its neck. I think that sheep is, like I said, just very youthful in terms of her appearance. But I still wish she could be just a bit deeper back into her flank. She wants to cut up bit because she's flat in her leg shape. I think that throws off her balance. And you study just the shape of her hind leg. To me, she's a little bit more up on her toes, a little bit more rigid and permanent in the set to her hind leg. I don't think that reads maybe just as attractive either. So very good pair, like I said, to get started off with. Put your hands together for both these exhibitors.
Hey, they're both. Yeah, he's showing against himself.
Your results for your South Down ewes are in second place, Gage Barons, and in first place, Gage Barons. Coming up, we have Class 603, Dorper ewes, Delilah Garcia, R.T. Bedwell, Shelby Wharton, and Trey Evans.
It's definitely out of nowhere. Yeah, well, it's older now, 145. Yeah. That'll be good. He'll eat your rocks. I have to drill it. See, he can get a hammer hole for his excavator. Dig it out. Let's start. He sounded like he just wanted money. Get out of it.
Very, very, very high quality class of sheep. Here in these top three, I think each one of them have pieces that are hard to do, hard to put together, and read with just an extreme amount of quality. And the one that's going to end up winning the class is going to be the complete one, but I don't want to use the word complete and let that come off and not appreciate the quality, because that's a wild one in terms of its body shape. I love that sheep just turned there through its forerib and center body, and how smooth everything ahead of it ties together. That sheep's got power from behind, and as you asked in the circle, that one's skeleton is very, very good. That one's athletic, and to me, just putting together a lot of good pieces. Now, the closest one in terms of skeletal quality and just build and structural correctness is the one in second, and that's what's going to end up keeping that young lady sheep in second over the one in third. That one's so comfortable as you ask him to get out and go and circle, and I just love that about that particular sheep. Get right in behind him, not going to be maybe just as round, maybe not going to be just muscular when you get right in behind him as compared to our class-winning sheep. But the one in second, if we could, like I said, because of the fact that you get out and go, is what keeps her over the sheep in third. You step in behind the sheep, the one that's going to come in third, that one's very powerful. That one's so bold and just big and massive in the shape to its body. That one's big top. That one's thick-ended. But it is when we ask him to circle that lands that one third. A little too vertical there in his shoulder, too short out of its hip. Consequently, when the sheep circle, that's what causes that one to be too tight and land it down there in the third spot. A big statured, extended, late maturing sheep that's going to come in next. Probably pushing a little too much condition. I'm here today throwing off just a chest and a look there from the side. We get stout that one up in terms of its bone work. A good, expressively muscled sheep that's going to round out the particular class. That one, too, can be stouter at the ground. I think in motion, that one gets just a bit tighter as well. Like I said, that class is deep. Those top three, I think, are really good. Congratulations to each one of these exhibitors.
The results for the medium U class is 5th place, Rayleigh Kaiser. 4th place, Braylon Brandenberger. 3rd place, Wyatt Fox. 2nd place, Charlie Williams. And 1st place, Charlie Williams. Coming into the ring now, we have our lightweight Dorpers with Delilah Garcia, R.T. Bedwell, Shelby Wharton, and Trey Evans. Next up, we have our class of heavyweight Dorper ewes with Delilah Garcia, Molly Bedwell, Rayleigh Kaiser, and Trey Evans.
A good structured, high volume female wins this particular class, and then I still think from the side, comparative to its contemporaries, a female that's still deeper in her flank than she is in her chest, stays level in her top line, still giving her a balanced look. All those things together, to me, give me the most good. The sheep in second has a good turn and shape down there through her leg, and she's got some, looks like some shape up high. When you get off to the side of her, though, that's when I become critical comparative to our class winner. She's more prominent there in her chest. She wants to cut up in her flank. She's rounded out of her hip. All that's just throwing off her balance. The sheep that's going to come in third, similar description. She's good in her body shape. She's good in her depth. Just a little bit rounder, a little bit plainer in terms of her look. Doesn't hit me with enough quality to work up there in the top two. And then we round out this particular class with a sheep that in motion is comfortable, but when we get her stopped there from the side, we got to strengthen that one up right there behind her shoulder. This allow her to come together with that much more look. Good way to start off our Dorpers. Put your hands together for these four.
The results for our lightweight Dorper ewes are fourth place Shelby Wharton, third place Trey Evans, second place R.T. Bedwell, and first place Delilah Garcia.
make it easy, we'll go ahead and leave the sheep in the order that they stand. The young lady at the far right is exhibiting our class winner, and that one's advantages comparative to his contemporaries are very easy. They're very evident. That one is undoubtedly the widest made, the boldest, the most muscular, both up high and from behind. Now, she's not perfect in motion. I think she could be just a bit squarer and truer in how she uses her rear skeleton, but I call it good enough because I don't know if there's an absolute upgrade both from a structural and look standpoint, second, third. Some advantages there in second, but I don't think the totality has a big enough difference to overcome that one's just overwhelming power, width, and just mass. Now, the sheep that comes in second, she is squarer and more correct in her build when you ask the sheep to get out and go. There from the profile, I like her levelness of top line. There's times where I want to say, well, I probably call that one the better looking one. But when we study that one's underline, she still cuts up too much in her flank for me to convince myself her balance is really any that much better. And just to be honest, as simple as I can put it, if you're going to be narrow and flatter what she is, I have to convince myself your look is that much better. And I couldn't. That's the place of those there in first and second. The one that's going to come in third is real basic, deep and soft in terms of her body. Just compared to the two ahead of her, she's not as wide and powerful as the class winner, but she's not as good looking as the one in second. We ran up this particular class with a sheep that has, individually some shape to her body, some depth back into her flank, but I think of the class, she's a further made sheep that's the plainest in her look and just the most general when you get off to the side of them. Go ahead and put your hands together for these four.
The placings for your heavyweight Dorper ewes are fourth place Trey Evans, third place Rayleigh Kaiser, second place Molly Bedwell, and first place Delilah Garcia. We're now having our overall Dorper ewe, and that will consist of, out of class 603, your lightweights Delilah Garcia and RT Bedwell, and out of your heavyweights Delilah Garcia and Molly Bedwell.
Pardon me, man. I need to do a little bit of camera swapping. Hate to be in y'all's way. Sorry about that.
I knew I shouldn't have cut that.
At this point, it'd be nice if you could.
Very, very good pair right here in front of us, these two class winners, and to try to just run through them as quick as possible. Already talking about class, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the one that wins the first class, that's one that I think individually it's hard to pick just a huge hole in. That's a sheep that's balanced, that's a sheep that's sound, that's a sheep that, again, individually is bold-bodied and has width and muscle. Now you start to compare that one to the one behind it. Its advantages, I do think, structurally going away are something that are worth bringing up and worth appreciating. To me, that one's just a bit squarer and truer in terms of rebuild. But then from a negative side of things, comparatively, that one's not as out there in terms of just body shape and just mass and power when you get right on top of them. Because that sheep that wins that second class, that one is very, very unique in those regards and way out there in terms of just boldness and just turn through its forerib and center body and the foundation that extra skeletal width and body shape sets that allows for a tremendous amount of power and muscle up high and from behind. Like I talked in class, that one's not perfect going away. I wish I could fix her there and just tweak her structurally. But with that said, I think a good summarization of these two is you got to pick, do you want to go the safe route or do you want to go out there and take one that's maybe just a little bit more unique and out there? I have a saying I like to say sometimes is that if you're not living life on edge, you're taking up too much room. In this situation, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna use the one that's more unique. Young lady out of class 2 will be our champion. Congratulations.
Get this damn thing up here.
Once you bring the second there behind the champion and I stand these next to each other, if I want to find some similar ways to describe them, I would say it's probably their squareness and correctness of skeleton, just in terms of being comfortable and sound when you ask them to circle. But of those two, if you compare them in that way, there's one that's definitely wider chested, bolder body, now has more width and muscle, and I think that one's the second best. The only out of class 1 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve breed champion Dorper ewe goes to Delilah Garcia in the lightweight division. And your breed champion Dorper ewe goes to Delilah Garcia in the heavyweight division. We are now moving into the grand drive for breeding ewes. In our Southdown class, we have Gage Barons. Our medium wool class, we have Charlie Williams. And in our Dorper classes, we have Delilah Garcia.
So I'll tell you, once you bring these back out here, and it probably didn't hit me till they were all standing right here again in front of me. This is, I think, a very, very good set of sheep. I think there is a lot of good through each one of these breeds, and I'm not going to necessarily say which one when I'm talking, but I can tell you these three, and I take a step back, kind of the way that some of them break down. And I like to try to stay as simple as possible in my mind when I work through things when I can. And the simple thing, I study them. I say I think there's two that to me have very wild pieces. I think that are very out there and very, very unique. And then with that said, there's one of them that I think is just like really good in a lot of areas. Not many things. I say not many things. Not really anything. I guess I can sit there in my mind pick a true hole in. But I have to ask myself at the same time when I start to compare that one, is there anything unique enough with that particular sheep that I can just grab onto and say that one needs to be the champion? So those are the things that are going inside of my mind. You got the two wild ones. You got one that's really complete, not a big hole, but maybe not as unique. And so I take a step back. I kind of got to go one way or another. Do I stick from the completeness from the start, or do I go with one of the wild ones? Well, when I bring my mindset back to and start to think about those two wild ones, I do think there's a wild one that doesn't come with a big issue. There's one of them that where it's really good. There is a consequence to it. The one that's really wide and powerful kind of affected it skeletally, but the other one that's so out there, it doesn't have that big hole. And I think that one, in my mind, kind of then settles as a unique one that doesn't have a big issue, and that ultimately ends up becoming my champion. So that's just kind of how they work through my mind, and I want to let y'all know kind of how things break down and how I came to my decision. So let's put your hands together for a very good set of sheep. I'll take another look, and I'll shake the hand of your champion. Bring the second there behind, or the reserve, behind our champion, and that sheep keeps that quality just rolling. I think she jumps right into the mix, and she doesn't hurt this drive one bit. And we talked in class, I like that one skeleton. That's why she ends up second over the sheep that was in third. I think she's very sound and she's very correct. You just got to ask yourself when you get in behind her, is she just good enough in just the roundness of her body comparatively? I'm not saying individually, comparatively some of these other ones. Is she round enough in her body? Is she big enough there out of her pin set? Is there enough just out there to shape and turn through her stifle and down there through both the inner and outer part of her leg? That's the big question. And I'll take a step back and kind of explain to y'all, obviously, some things when we're talking about the champion. The other wild one was our sheep there at the end. That one is so wide, so bold, so muscular. But the consequence was to make her that wide. I do think that's what causes her to get just a bit outside of herself when she goes directly away. So let's reach for the fence as we can, but sometimes you do have a consequence, and that's what happens. And then the complete one for me was the young man's south down here closest to me. Like when I take a step back and evaluate that, when I ask myself what's wrong with her, I can't find a hole to pick into her unless I compare her. And I do think when you start to compare her to the champion, there was some things she just wasn't as out there. But I like completeness. I love it and both from a breeder. I don't breed sheep, but I can tell you as a breeder, making animals consistently complete like that is not an easy thing to do. I can't beat that one twice. That young man will be reserved. Congratulations.
And your reserve grand champion, breeding you, goes to Gage Barons with the Southdown. And for your grand champion, breeding you, Charlie Williams. Coming up next, we're moving into our market lamb division with our Southdown breed, Gage Behrens, Renee Strigler, and Shelby Wharton. Up next, we have our heavyweight Southdowns with Charlie Joe Fox, Gage Behrens, and Liana Gonzalez.
Our first class here for our Market Lamb show. I hope the quality that we have. I know I was quick, but that's not because it was a lack of quality. I just do think these broke down that fast in my mind. But I hope we can keep this quality through the remainder of the classes because we have differences, and I think those differences are at a very high level. But you just take a step back. Everybody's sitting in the stands right now. If we don't appreciate our class winner from the side, we just don't see things the same. That one is very, very slick just in how he transitions and puts everything together and blends and balances and proportions from the side in motion. He gets out and goes, and he's athletic, he's comfortable, and he does it and makes it look real good. Now, he's not perfect. If I'm trying to make a perfect animal, yeah, we can make him that much wider, that much bolder, and I think we do that, and we can get a whole lot closer. But to me, I never question as an individual, is he wide enough? He still handles the shape. Everything looks good in that regard. I think that one needs to win and do so pretty quickly. Now, if you say, hey, I like him a whole lot stouter, well, there is a wider and stouter one in second. I wouldn't argue. That sheep's built wider down low. That sheep's bolder in the shape to its body. There's more dimension of muscle up high and from behind. But from the side, comparatively, it's not as out there, not as good in terms of his look. Now, I still think he's balanced as an individual, and that's why I never considered not putting him any lower than second. But comparative to our class winner, that one's just so good in that regard. That's what's going to land him in second. The sheep in third, again, I think you're not some tough competition because there is some good things about. that sheep individually. He's still bold enough in his body with enough spread up high. He does get a little rounder in the shape over his rack. And then when I back off to the side of him, that's probably where I get the most critical compared to the sheep ahead of him. He's rounder there out of his hip. He wants to cut back up in his flank just a bit. I don't think his balance proportions hit me with the same quality as the sheep there in first and second. But a good way, like I said, to start off a market lamb show. Put your hands together for these three.
The results for your lightweight Southdown class: in third place, Shelby Wharton; in second place, Renee Strigler; and in first place, Gage Behrens.
Just stay right there.
I'm not one to always get crazy. I'm on handle or be one to jump to it so quick. But I do think when you have a difference that's this big in this particular class, it's worth mentioning to start off with. Just the youthfulness, the compositional correctness of the sheep that's going to win this particular class, I think, is quite a bit better than the two sheep behind it. And I think that's reflective of it being a wider made sheep that's most genuine in the turn to its forerib and center body. That's what allows it to touch with not only the most shape, but dimension right on top of its skeleton. That sheep's got a good turn down through its lower leg. The young man does a phenomenal job getting him shown, and when he gets him stuck there from the side, I'd call that sheep very good balance and very good looking. He's not perfect because when we ask him to take a lap, he does fall apart just a little bit there in his top line. He wants to get a little bit rounder and duck his pins. I'm there in motion. I'm just getting critical on a sheep that needs to win this class and do so very, very quickly. Now, the one place we need to fix him, I do think we have a sheep in second that does that. That one maintains more levelness in his top line, but he's not better looking. He's longer in his shoulder and deeper in his chest. He cuts up into his flank. That's going to throw off his balance even more than what the sheep in our class winner is. And then get him behind him. That sheep's flattered his body. He's near out his pins. He's flattered. This tapers down to the lower part of his leg. He didn't have near enough muscle or power to ever consider switching there with the class winner. The sheep that's going to come in third, I think, just a little past where he needs to be for me. That sheep's pushing a little extra condition. He's softer to the touch. It not only affects him on the touch, but then from the side, he's probably the most prominent there in his chest. It makes him just a bit softer and plainer there in his look. He's sound. He's comfortable. I just got to lean him up and both help his look and his hand.
The results for the heavyweight Southdown class is third place, Charlie Joe Fox; second place, Liana Gonzalez; and first place, Gage Behrens. We'll now move on to the breed drive for the South Downs. Coming from the first class, we have Gage Barons and Renee Strigler. And from our second class, we have Gage Barons and Liana Gonzalez.
I'll be honest, I probably don't get that excited much about any of the small ruminants. But we come out here today and we're presented with starting off this market lamb show with these South Downs. And we had one come out of Class 1 that hit me really hard. I think that one's built. I think that one, the way that one's put together from the side is very, very good. He's so good when you get out in motion as well. And I was thinking when he exited the ring earlier, I was trying to be critical on him, saying that that sheep's not the widest, he's not the boldest. And I'm telling you, he isn't the widest or boldest. But I want to reiterate, at no point did I ever question if that sheep's got enough, if he touches good enough, if his body shape's good enough, if muscle's good enough. To me, that one's pretty dang good. He's going to win. That'll be our champion. Congratulations. Once you bring second behind that champion, I think you put those two next to each other, and they're comparative in terms of, and their similarities is going to be that they're two wide made sheep that are bold-bodied. They're very, very muscular up high and from behind. And I think when they're parked there and you're looking at them right now, I'm in the stands, I would say they're probably pretty comparable in terms of their balance and design, the way they're put together. But I do know when you ask those sheep to circle or to get them to move, there is one that stays much more collected in the top line. I think stays that much more attractive out of his hip and hind leg. In my opinion, that makes him the second best. We'll keep that first class together. Young lady here will be reserved.
Your reserve breed champion South Down goes to Renee Strigler, and your breed champion South Down goes to Gage Barons. Coming up next, we have our lightweight fine wool class. Daisy Curry, Emery Ross, Emery Ross, Emery Ross one more time, and Renee Strigler. Up next in Class 504 of your fine wools, we have Braylon Brandenburger, J.C. Curry, and Renee Strigler. And just as a reminder to all of our exhibitors, after you are done showing, please make your way to the hog barns to get your pictures taken, and be sure that you have turned in your raffle tickets and bio cards for the premium sale tomorrow night.
the look right here that I made my decision on is why the young lady that ends up being our class winner does. I don't think there's much arguing that from the profile, that sheep comes together with the best look. That one's skeletal correctness, that one's body lines and proportions, no doubt hit me with this, the most attractiveness and the most quality there from the profile. That sheep isn't perfect. I wish that one was just a bit bolder and wider when you get right on top of them. But I don't know if there's one is ideal or perfect or even close to perfect behind it. That's ultimately why I stick with that one's look and feel, because I think that was the highest level or highest quality thing out here in this particular group of sheep. The one that's going to come in second, I'll tell you why that one ends up becoming in second over the one in third, is I thought that sheep from behind had class leading advantages, or of these top three, you could say had class leading advantages in boldness of body, stoutness of hip, and turn down through its inner and outer leg. At no point do I ever think that one rivals the class winner's look when I just study balance and proportion on the one in second compared to the one in third. Because that one is just a tick deeper in its flank, it has more turn and shape here from the side, and its leg shape, all that ties those body lines together and allows that one to be just a bit more balanced than the one in third. When I do think that one's also got more boldness and shape from behind, I have to keep that one in second over the one in third. The one in third is sound and comfortable when you ask him to get out and go. That one still maintains levelness and strengthen its lines here from the side, but it does want to flatten up just a bit from behind, so that hurts its power from behind that view, and also from the side helps its balance. That's why that one stays in third over the ones that are in first and second. We get down into fourth and fifth. Those are some sheep that I think I can be very appreciative of when I get in behind. I think we're splitting hairs, and you start to compare those to the top three. They might have just even a notch more width, boldness of body, and muscle than those three do, but I don't think that's a big enough advantage to overcome the fact that from the side, both of these sheep are deeper in their chest, they're cut up in their flank. I think they're plainer and more general in their look. They just don't hit me with enough quality from this angle to work up into the top three. Put your hands together for these five. We'll allow them to exit the ring.
The results for your lightweight fine wool class is in 5th place, Renee Strigler, 4th place, Daisy Curry, 3rd place, Emery Ross, 2nd place, Emery Ross, and 1st place, Emery Ross. Coming into the ring now, we have our heavyweight fine wools with Braylon Brandenberger, J.C. Curry, and Renee Strigler.
These trio sheep, the young man to the right, won and did so pretty quickly for me. I think that sheep's built with the right amount of width and shape to its body. That one touches both expressive and dimensional over a track. Still fresh all the way back there over its loin. Then you get in behind the sheep. That one's big hip with the right turn through its inner and outer leg. We can maybe maintain just a bit more levelness and motion there out of its hip. But I think a sheep that's still comfortable and sound there at the surface. Between second and third, width and muscle becomes the difference between those two because I think both of them could be better from the side. The second place sheep is bolder and just has more spread there behind each shoulder. I think a bigger hip sheep's got more turn to both its inner and outer leg. Throughout this particular class, the one in thirds maintains levelness there from the side, there out of its top of its shoulder all the way back to its dock. But I think a sheep that just gets too flat when you get right in behind him, a little bit frailer in terms of its bone work, doesn't have the power that either of the two sheep ahead of it does. So go ahead and put your hands together for these three. We'll get both our class winners back out here again for our champion drive.
The results for your heavyweight fine wool lambs are in third place, J.C. Curry, in second place, Renee Strigler, and in first place, Braylon Brandenberger. For your breed drive coming out of the lightweight fine wool class, we have Emery Ross and Emery Ross. And in your heavyweight, we have Braylon Brandenberger and Renee Strigler.
These two class winners, I think, are completely different. Not a whole bunch of similarities between the two. The young man that wins the last class, of these two, that one's built wider, that one's built bolder. He's got more muscle. His issue, he needs to be better there out of his hip and motion from the side. He's not nearly as good in terms of his look, in terms of his balance or attractiveness. The one that wins the first class, that one's the best from the side. There's no arguing. The sheep is put together, the best in its body lines, his top line, his structure. All that allows him to hit you with a very attractive, a good look there profile. Does he have enough width, enough body shape, and muscle up high? That's the question. Which one can I be more forgiving of as I drive home? Which image do I want to keep in my mind? I think it's going to be the extra look and balance. And the young lady out of the first class should be our champion. Congratulations. once you bring the second there behind the champion, what that sheep does is it narrows the gap and the difference between width, rib, and muscle that we had between the two sheep here previously. Now, I will say that one I don't think was as unique in terms of its look, but since the fact that it can narrow that gap and there isn't as much of a difference in width, rib, and muscle, now one can still have an advantage. You just balance proportionality from the side. Makes you want to keep those two together. That young man will be reserved.
For the final division, our reserve breed champion goes to Emery Ross, and our breed champion goes to Emery Ross. Up next, we have our lightweight cross division with Carlos Gonzalez, Daisy Curry, and Collins Brandenburger.
Our class winner isn't one to cooperate quite the best, especially we're asking the sheep to get out and go and walk. But once we get that one stopped, That's going to be one of the better balanced for proportional sheep, or one of the two that I can label or praise in those regards there from the side. And then from behind, that one's built wide, that one's built bold and muscular. To me, just puts together the most good. Now, the most unique one there from the side in terms of look, both standing still and in motion, the young man's in second. That one tied to the long, thin neck, highlight top side of smooth shoulder, in motion, so comfortable and so athletic. If I'm going to switch that top pair, though, he's got to be able to match just the boldness and just spread the dimension of muscle up high that our class winner does. Now, the one that does rival our class winners with rib and muscle is the one in third. That sheep's got a good look there from behind, just as far as the turn to its body, the squareness behind its shoulder. That one is big hit with an extreme amount of turn to both his inner and outer leg. But I don't think either one of the two sheep ahead of him, I don't think it has a clear advantage at all over the one in first, and I don't think the sheep in second's light enough muscle, so I move on to other viewpoints of that sheep, and it's one for I get off to the side of that one, and I put it third. That one's the deepest in its chest, the highest in its flank. It's too straight there in its hind leg. I think that one's proportionality and balance is off the most of these three, which lands him in third. Put your hands together for these three. We'll allow him next to three.
Class 505, your lightweight crosses. In third place, Daisy Curry. In second place, Carlos Gonzalez. And in first place, Collins Brandenberger. For your heavyweight class of crosses, coming into the ring now, we have Emery Ross, Flora Appleton, J.C. Curry, and Renee Strigler.
Sometimes judging shows is hard. Sometimes it's easy. Some classes are hard. Some are easy. Well, in this particular situation, job's pretty easy. The one that wins needs to do so and do so pretty quickly. I don't think anybody would or should disagree with that. But what I think is so unique about that sheep is depending on what viewpoint you have of that one, you don't expect the next viewpoint to look the way it does. And what I mean by that is when you come around that, or I come around that backside, that sheep hits me as an absolute massive, powerful one because he is so wide, so bold, so muscular up high and from behind. And typically, when you make animals as out there in terms of width, boldness, and power, you don't expect them to be as good looking from the side as what that one is. And then I can flip that and say, if you start off from the side, that one looks absolutely amazing just in terms of his body lines, his proportionality and balance. You don't expect one to have that much to him when you get him from behind. And he does. That one's very, very good. That one wins. I think anybody can find that. Now, between second and third, probably a little bit a closer decision. I prefer the extra stoutness. I prefer the extra boldness of the sheep in second, specifically when you ride it behind him. That sheep's bigger out of his hip, and then he's got more mass through his lower leg. From the side, I think that also gives him advantage because it ties his flank line and his leg shape in just a bit better to help his balance. He's not perfect in his shoulder or his extension ahead of it, but I think his balance can still be helped and benefited from that flank line in leg shape. That's also his advantage from behind. The sheep that's going to come in third, he's big and he's extended. He's level made and he's sound there on the move. He's just not quite as powerful as the one in second. Surely not as powerful as the one in first. I need to stouten him up. I need to give him more oomph there from behind if I'm going to switch those in second and third. The sheep that's going to run out this particular class still has a lot of good about him. He just runs into tough competition. That sheep's level. He's expressive. He's just not as good in his look from the side. He's maybe not as powerful or massive as some of those ahead of him. Just quality-wise, maybe falls off just a bit. Put your hands together for these four.
Class 506 heavyweight crosses, your placings are 4th place J.C. Curry, 3rd place Emery Ross, 2nd place Renee Strigler, and 1st place Laura Appleton. Moving on to our breed drive of crosses, we have in our lightweight divisions Collins Brandenburger and Carlos Gonzalez, and in our heavyweights Laura Appleton and Renee Strigler.
I could walk around and be suspenseful, but I think we all know what needs to happen. And to be honest, I don't really know what else I could say about him. This sheep that wins the last class is really good. That's going to be our champion. Congratulations to that young lady. We'll bring second behind that one in contention for reserve. The two that remain out here, I think just similar things in my mind. Is there two sheep that I think are stout? I think they're sheep that are bold and muscular, but even of those two, to me, the young lady there out of the first class, sheep's shape is better. When you put your hands on him, that one touches just a bit square there behind his shoulder. When you get right in behind him, he's quite a bit more expressive through both his inner and outer leg. And I think when you ask the sheep to circle, that one also has an advantage in just how he keeps his shoulder together. To me, he's wedged just a bit tighter. His chest stays up in him just a bit better. All those little details, to me, becomes a difference maker. Those are extras that I can grab onto. That young lady will be reserved. Congratulations.
For our cross division, our reserve breed champion goes to Collins Brandenburger, and our breed champion goes to Flora Appleton. Coming up next, we have our lightweight medium wool class with Gage Barons, Grayson Williams, and Collins Brandenburger.
You know, sometimes as animals hit the ring, regardless of species, we've had some of those classes that do just break down quick, and I don't have to sit there and take a whole lot of time evaluating different viewpoints because it just falls in place pretty quickly. But as the third one hit the ring here, I knew that I was going to have to put in the effort, put in the work, because three good ones hit the ring. Each one of them, as they came out, they grabbed my attention, and I knew right away that they had pieces that could end up elevating to the top of the class. But we get here, take a step back, and I evaluate it, and I got to come up with a placing. And as I evaluate these three, we're presented with the opportunity, or we're presented with a situation that, for me, the most fault-free one is the one that was going to end up winning, and that is the young ladies to the right. There's not a viewpoint of that one that individually I'm hard on. I can be comparative in some places to the sheep behind it and find reasons to say the other ones are better, but as an individual, I can't be hard on that sheep. That one from the side is balanced. That one's good-looking. In motion, I love that one. That one's stout, so comfortable. When you get on top of that sheep and you get in from behind him, he touches fresh, he touches good. He's not as good as some of the other ones in some places, but individually, he's square, he's dimensional, he's plenty big out of his hip, plenty of leg shape. I keep rambling on. That one's the most complete. That's why he wins. Now, the sheep that's going to come in second, I'll be honest, I was a little bit hard on him from the beginning because where he needs to be better, it's not, you can't hide it. That sheep needs to be stouter. I need to stouten him up in his bone work, his form, and I thought I was going to just sit here and say that's a good-looking sheep that is sound on the move, because he is, but I was very, very blown away on that one when I got in behind him. He is so tucked up and youthful and round in the shape to his body. I didn't think for him to be the one that needs to be stouter from the side that he would be the absolute biggest over his rack, but he is. That thing is massive. I'm right there on the top side of his shoulder and there in his rack. He's got a bunch of muscle from behind as well, but I don't think he got a light muscle sheep ahead of him. The place that I can be critical on him, like I was saying, that one's fault-free. I do have something that I need to see better on this sheep, and that's make him stouter. That's what lands him in second. The one that's going to come in third, he's got an advantage in that regard of the one in second. He is no doubt stouter featured. He's bigger-legged, but again, there is not two light muscle sheep ahead of him. So although that sheep's got those things, I don't think it's that much better than either of the ones ahead of him, and the place that I can criticize him is the most. I need to fix the way that he's put together. He's the coarsest and straightest there in his shoulder. He's the shortest out of his hip. In motion, he's the tightest. I just need to fix him structurally if I'm going to work him up there into first or second. But that is a very, very good set of sheep in those three. All three of them do a great job showing. Let's put our hands together for them.
Class 507, your lightweight medium wool placings are: in third place, Collins Brandenburger; in second place, Gage Behrens; and in first place, Grayson Williams. For your heavyweight medium wools, we have Gage Behrens, Lily Appleton, and Rustin Fox.
Before I start talking about our class winner, I just want to be clear because I don't know everybody involved with all these sheep. I have never not wanted to put an animal second in my life, as bad as I didn't want to put that one second. But I think this top pair of sheep, and we even got good ones in third and fourth. But these two sheep right here, I'll let y'all in a little secret. I haven't judged a whole lot of sheep shows. Okay, I'm not saying I have never judged them. I spent my whole life livestock judging. I've evaluated plenty of sheep. I've never seen two this good. And I didn't think that today was going to be the time that I did, but I'm glad that I got the opportunity. I think these two sheep up top are awesome. And I'll tell you why I end up landing on the sheep here in first is because I do have a mental image in my mind of if I had to draw, if I was a good artist, I'm not, but if I had to draw a sheep from the side and how I want them to look, I wouldn't paint them that color, but I would draw them like that. I think that sheep's silhouette, that sheep's build and design is near flawless. That one is so tucked up and elevated in its chest. It's so smooth and flat in its shoulder. And then it opens up into an absolutely round and perfect shape to its body. That's what allows that one to touch so good. It's plank line. It's shaped to its leg. It's hip on leg construction with the most boot wool that you can have one. All of it just paints an absolutely perfect picture. And I would never, ever talk anything about muscle on that sheep unless I had to compare it to an absolutely powerful one like we have in second. And so we are in that situation. I'm glad that I can give advantages to the sheep in second. That one to me is just so unique and so radical and out there from the side that I couldn't beat it. That one's going to end up being our class winner. From behind, if I was going to go ahead and paint a picture of how powerful, wide, and body shape, and I was going to draw all those pictures, I would draw like the sheep in second. That one's a monster. That one is so big there at the back side of its shoulder. It's massive there to the edges of its loin, and everything's so full and consistent. And the way it allows it to consistently tie the back side of its loin into the front side of its hip to a point to where when I'm handling, I don't know where its loin stops and its hip starts. All that is so smooth and so consistent. And then from the side, if I'm going to evaluate that sheep as an individual, that one is great balance. That one puts together everything very good. But today, we got both of these in the class. I have to compare. It's not going to be as elite as our class winner. Probably even more when you ask him to circle. That sheep will get just a bit more open there at the base of its shoulder. Its chest will fall out of it just a bit as well. That becomes the deciding factor between those two. I think both of those are elite. The sheep that's in third, that one's also very stout. That one's got a ditch running down its back that was bigger than probably the majority of the pigs that we judged this morning. That one does not lack muscle. Its skeletal quality is not near to the same degree as the sheep in first and second. That one's just a bit longer and straighter there in its shoulder. I just don't think that sheep's as big and correct and set to its hind leg as the sheep in first and second do. And again, I'm sounding like a broken record, but we got a good one in fourth. That sheep touches fresh. That sheep touches good, maybe a little bit rounder in the shape over its rack and over its loin. But I just think one that doesn't do it to the same degree, obviously, as any of those sheep ahead of him. I could also fix that one just a bit there from the side if we're going to work up there in first, second, third. I'm done rambling. That's a very good class. That's a very good pair. Put your hands together for these four.
Class 508, your heavyweight medium wools. We have in fourth place, Gage Barons. In third place, Rustin Fox. In second place, Lily Appleton. And in first place, Lily Appleton. Moving on to our breed drive out of our lightweight class, we have Grayson Williams and Gage Barons. And in our heavyweight class, we have Lily Appleton and Lily Appleton.
bring these 4 back out here, and not to take anything away from the ones that led off this breed there of the first class, the first and seconds. That class was deep, and I thought, it was hard to be. It was going to be hard to be able to match the quality and depth that we had in those two in that first class because there was a ton of it. But we did it. We accomplished that. We brought the second class out here. These 2 out of class 2, I can't talk any more about them than I already did within the class. We're going to keep them 2 together. We got the champion here in front of us, the reserve right behind that.
Your reserve breed champion medium wool goes to Lily Appleton, and your breed champion medium wool goes to Lily Appleton. Moving on to our market Dorpers, we have Molly Bedwell, RT Bedwell, Rayleigh Kaiser, and Shelby Wharton.
So there was a little bit of a harder decision amongst the three, and then I found one that I didn't think had maybe as most unique pieces in third that lands in there, and then study the top two just a bit more. When we make that circle, there's a lot of things that I guess go through my mind, and there's places that I'd fix both of them. But the one that ends up being our class winner is a part that initially I was probably pretty hard on, but once I allowed myself or told myself to look past that instead of the rest of the animal is what allowed him to be the class winner. Where I want to fix our class winner is I want to keep that one's chest in him just a bit better. He's a little bit more prominent there. I'm at the base of his chest, but then when I ask him to circle again and I look past it and I study the rest of them, I think that one's very sound, very comfortable and good in terms of its build. I think then from the side, when you get that one's, you get your leg in that one, everything fits together with quite a bit of proportionality and balance. Then there's no arguing when you put your hands on him. That one is bigger and square, more dimensional there over his rack. He's wider over his loin. From behind, he's the biggest hip sheep that's got the most width from stifle to stifle and the most turn there through his lower leg. Now the sheep that's going to come in second, I preferred whenever they made the lap. The fact that one's front end assembly probably stays together just a bit better. I think his shoulders laid on smoother, his chest stays up and tighter, and from the side that does help just a bit in terms of balance, but I don't think it's a big enough advantage to overcome the fact that upon handle, he doesn't have the same mass, power, muscularity over his rack loin or from behind that our class winner does. The sheep that's going to come in third, that was the one that I thought quality allowed it to be into the same conversation or standing out there with those three there just shortly ago. But when I start to compare it to the sheep ahead of him, certainly doesn't have the same muscle as first, and I don't think that one's got the same balance or attractiveness as the sheep there in second. The one that's going to come in fourth doesn't lack muscle. I just want to fix the build and just the skeleton that it lays that muscle on. From the side, everything's just a little bit jammed up, consequently making that one the plainest of the top four in this look. And then we're out the class with a deep, soft body one that sounds structured, just too plain in this muscle, just too plain there in his look.
Class 509 Market Dorpers, we have in fifth place Shelby Wharton, in fourth place Rayleigh Kaiser, in third place Molly Bedwell, in second place Molly Bedwell, and in first place R.T. Bedwell. We are now moving on to the Grand Drive, and out of our South Down division we have Gage Barons. And in our final breed, we have Emery Ross. For our crosses, we have Flora Appleton. For our medium wolves, we have Lily Appleton. And for our Dorpers, we have R.T. Bedwell.
sorting through the sheep show was fun. That's the first thing I want to say. It really was a great time. You know, we started off and that South Down deal when that one ended up winning and left the ring. I was thinking in my mind. I talked about quality bar and everything and kind of where it set it. I said depending on where we go, there might be a chance that one gets in the mix, and that one comes out here. We got to give that one respect because it does have a bunch of quality. But I'll tell you, as we continue to work through the show, we were presented with some sheep down the line that are still going to have to win. But I didn't want to take anything away from that South Down when we got things kicked off. And the biggest thing to me, and I don't know, I'm not always the best in putting things into words when it comes to speeches and things along those lines. But I do this every day, not with sheep. I raise show pigs, and every day I wake up in the morning, and that's the first thing I do. The first thing I do is I go feed my sows. And I don't care what species it is. What we're doing, it ain't easy. It's a lifestyle. And I know to get sheep of this quality and to get animals, like I'm saying, I don't care what species it is. To have this quality that we have out here, it ain't easy. So with that said, before I say anything more, I want us to give a big round of applause to not only these kids, but everybody outside that made it possible to get an animal and a lineup of this quality. I thank you all a whole bunch. So let's all put our hands together for them. The one that's going to end up winning, I probably gave away a little bit too much of my excitement earlier. To me, this one is so wild. This one's pieces are so good. To me, this is an animal that's very, very hard to put together. Y'all probably know which one it is. I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm going to go take another look, and I'll shake the hand of the champion, and then we'll look back at the reserve. But thank y'all again for getting to sort through these sheep. It really, really was a very, very enjoyable time. Wait, one more time. Put your hands together. I'll go select your champion. Like I started off saying, I thought the South Down was going to have a chance there from the start. And we got to the final crosses here. I said, that one was probably going to have a chance. And then we get over here to this breed, this division, and we had one that I thought was absolutely unique. And I'll tell you what's going through my mind right now is if I can just forget the fact that sheep walked out for a second, and I look at this one standing here without one, and I think about the fact that I'm about to make that sheep reserve. It's pretty crazy in my mind. That one is very, very good. That one also puts together a lot of good pieces, but for different reasons, I can't separate those two. This young lady will be reserved. Congratulations.
For our Market Lamb Show, our reserve grand champion goes to Lily Appleton. And our grand champion for the Market Lamb Show goes to Lily Appleton. Congratulations. Now we're going to move on to junior showmanship. So if you are 13 and under, please come to the ring. Last call for junior lamb showmanship, 13 and under.
The biggest group we've had in the ring yet today. And typically, the more you add, whether we're talking about judging the class, judging the animals, or a showmanship class, typically the more you have, the harder that should be. But I even think out here with this big group, there's one that still just separates themselves. I'm thinking it's just real simple and basic. If you're sitting ringside, to me, it's easy to see which one's just a bit more comfortable. And if you pay attention to when you ask these exhibitors to go into both the rear view and the profile, this exhibitor is also so much quicker and correct in getting their sheep set up, getting their leg in them, and presenting them at the highest level. I think this exhibitor does an absolute phenomenal job. Put your hands together for each one of them. I'll go shake the hand of your champion.
And your junior showmanship for sheep goes to Grayson Williams. Now we have senior showmanship, so exhibitors 14 and up, please come to the ring.
I think these 4 senior exhibitors we have right here in front of us set the bar very high. I think 4 that do a very, very good job. And the one thing that I do want to say that I usually bring up and should have prior to this, I get the question a lot. Anytime I'm getting done judging showmanship, you'll have exhibitors or kids come up and say, what is it that I can do better? And my answer is always the same. Is watch the ones that win, watch the exhibitors that win, especially the older senior kids, and try to mimic what they're doing. I know growing up, and think back as a young kid when I was showing, I can still remember the exact person that I learned to show from, and they don't even know that I learned to show from them. As a little kid at my county fair, I watched the lady the young lady that won showmanship every year, and that's when I went home and I practiced and I tried to show like her. That's how I got better, by just mimicking. And I think that is absolutely the best way they can do it. So if we got any young kids right now and you want to get better or trying to decide what or figure out what it is you need to do to get better at showmanship, you should be sitting in the stands right now watching these 4, because there's a lot to learn from each one of them. So I'm going to go through these 4, and it's going to be very, very small things on some of them that end up separating and then ultimately ending to a champion senior showman. We talk about the young man to the left. You're an exhibitor that I would consider very calm, cool, and collected. And I like, regardless of species, to have that type of attitude, because it usually translates very good to your animal and allows your animal to stay relaxed and calm down here in the ring. I brought you out here because I think you deserve to, but I will say amongst the other 3, we won't end up being the champion, because to get that extra, to be the champion senior showman, I need just a little bit more intensity. I like to see exhibitor come in with the eye of the tiger, you will, because if you come out here, the reality is you are trying to beat everybody around you. So I want just a little bit more competitiveness out of you to become the champion senior showman. The young lady right there in front of him made one little mistake. She might not even have recognized that she did it, but I have to use little things to separate the next 3. When we first came in the rear view there on that first, on the side, when I walked past and I looked back, we had that sheep relaxed just a little bit too much in his spine. He was maybe just a little bit too stretched out. We noticed it later on, but it was too long of a period of me thinking that he didn't look his absolute best. And I think that's our job as a showman, is to make sure that anytime the judge wants to evaluate our sheep, that we are presenting him at the highest level. So it was that one moment, that one time there from the beginning that threw us out of contention, if you will. Very good job. That's why you're still out here in the lineup before, but that does become the difference maker. We talk about the young man here on the right side. There was just a second ago, I thought her front feet were off just a little bit. And I was looking at you, and you did something that I noticed, and I would say that we should change. You looked down, and I don't know if you recognized that maybe your front feet weren't perfect, but you didn't fix it right then and there. And I see that happen a lot as a show judge and judging showmanship. If I'm looking at the exhibitor, even if they see a problem, they're afraid to move and fix it because, the judge is looking at me. I can't move right now. I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I think if the judge is looking, even if you got to step away for a second, fix it, because your job is to make sure that you present your animal the best that you possibly can. So if that means you got to take a second to fix it, whether the judge is looking or not, I would do that. We talked about the young lady right there behind him. Right before that happened, when we were talking about that for the young man, she also didn't have her sheep's front feet set up perfectly. But when I was studying him, she saw it, she fixed it. To me, amongst all these groups, the one time there was almost going to be a mistake, you fixed it. That's what stood out to me. You'll be our champion, even though you let go of your sheep in the champion drive. Congratulations.
And your senior showmanship champion is Lily Appleton. Oh, going down. Before we get started with our cattle show, we want to give a big thank you to our judge today, Clayton Schramm. He's coming all the way from Sealy, Texas. He's a wealth of knowledge. He judged on the Blinn and Texas A&M livestock judging teams and also coached the Blinn livestock judging teams. We're very appreciative for everything that he's done for the kids in our county today and taking the time to sort. So can we get a big round of applause for him today? And kicking off our heifer show, we have our American class with Aisley Johnson.
We got a single entry Brahman heifer out here that is a little scared, and that's okay. I congratulate her. I want to give her a round of applause. Don't actually give her a round of applause. It's a mental one. Young lady for sticking with her. But I studied that female. I think she could use some competition because there's a lot of good about her. She's good in her angle of her shoulder, the length and hip, length of her hip and center hind leg. All that reads to be very good, and that's why she can get out and go and be so comfortable and sound. She's elegant, feminine through her front end. She's deep and soft-bodied. All those maternal characteristics of her are very, very good. And she looks like a high-quality show heifer as well. That's where she cooperate a little bit better. Let's do another mental round of applause for this young lady, and we'll try to get her to exit the ring.
Your first place American heifer goes to Aisley Johnson, who did a great job. Coming up next, we have our British heifers with Christina Watts.
We have a single entry Angus heifer that's very, very good just in terms of her body shape and her depth. All that hits me with a very maternal look. In motion, she gets plenty close to filling her track to deem her functional. I'm not saying she's perfect in movement. She'll want to knuckle up every once in a while. I think the set to her hind legs probably just a bit more permanent than I would like it to be, and her tail head's even just a little bit higher than I like it to be. But I'm just being critical on her, the places I would fix to consider her ideal. And then from the side, we could clean her chest up a bit and just extend her that much more out of her front end. But I think still balances plenty well. Nice heifer. I wish she had some competition as well because there's still a lot of good about her. Put your hands together for this young lady.
Your breed champion British heifer goes to Christina Watts. Class 203 lightweight AOBs, we have Colt Powell and Riley McBride.
The young lady there to the right has got our class winner, and her advantages are both from a structural standpoint and a body standpoint. And to me, breeding cattle, that's going to be very important. Those are going to be big advantages. You study both ends of their skeleton. That young lady's heifer is better in the angle of her shoulder. In motion, I think she's more correct in how she uses her hind leg. She more readily fills her track. Just hitting me as a sounder structural female, that's more functional. And then she's still deeper back into her flanks. When you get her head up and get her set up correctly on there from the side, that gives her not only more maternal, but a more attractive show heifer look. The young man's heifer that's going to come in seconds long. She's level made there through her top line, but I do think in motion she's just going to get a little too tight. And I think that's because she is too straight there on her shoulder. She's got extra permanent set to her hind leg, just not functional enough. And then she wants to get a bit shallower and cut up in her flank. I need to fix all those things just to go ahead and switch that. Put your hands together for these two.
Your lightweight British heifer placings are in second place, Colt Powell, and in first place, Riley McBride. Moving on to your middleweights, we have Chloe Powell and Christina Watts.
Not a perfect pair because I think both of these females could be tweaked structurally, but I am, I guess of those two, there is things I need to fix even more. I'm on the black heifer, which is why I end up landing on the young ladies to the right. I think a female that's square in terms of her build, which I think is very, very important in this instance, in this particular class. She's not one that I have to question going away. And then from the side, I do think she's maybe just a bit more feminine as far as her appearance, because of the fact that she lays her muscle on just a bit smoother and flatter. I think all that makes her just a bit more ladylike in terms of her appearance. There's no question she's big ribbed. She's bold, she's deep, she's soft. To be ideal, she still has to come out here and be that much more flexible and sounder to be considered perfect. But I do think the fact that she's better in the shape of her back feet and square in how she puts it to the ground just hits me with a more maternal and more feminine appearance. The young lady's black heifer's wide mate. She's bold-bodied, she's thick up high and from behind. And like I said, I'm never going to say that the heifer ahead of her is perfect structured, but I am harder on things from a structure standpoint. When she goes directly away from me, she wants to plant outside on the outside of her toes and want to push her hock just a bit. Those are things I'm going to be very, very hard on in a breeding cattle show. And then her muscle is just a bit rounder as well. I think we can smooth that out and make her more maternal. But a nice pair of heifers. We got some things we need to tweak about them. Put your hands together for both these young ladies.
Your middleweight AOB heifer placings are Chloe Powell in second, and in first place, Christina Watts. Coming into the ring next, we have our heavyweight AOB heifers with a pair shown by Peyton Nuncio.
These two heifers we have here in front of us, I think we got a powerful, old power cow here to the left, and then to the right we got a better show heifer who's more extended, more attractive. And in the show ring, that's the kind I'm going to stick with. The young man to the right is going to be showing our class winner. Congratulations to him. As we make the lap, that's a female that's sound and comfortable on the move because she's correct in her angles off of both ends. I think she's appropriate in the depth and just a softness back into her flank. She's got a clear advantage in her front end assembly as far as just her extension and thinness of her neck. That's why she does give you that much more look there from the side. Now, just as I'll tell you, I like moderate, bold, powerful type of cows like we have here to the left. I'm not knocking her for that because I like to turn cattle out like that. I'm in the pasture. But like I said, in the show ring, I'm going to be critical on the places that she needs to be better. She's a bit smaller. She's a bit thicker in her chest, shorter in terms of her neck. None of that allows her to hit me with the same quality there from the side. A good pair of females. Put your hands together for these suits here.
Placings for Class 205, your heavyweight AOB heifers is in second place, Peyton Nuncio, and in first place, Peyton Nuncio. We'll now move on to the drive for our AOBs. From your first class, we have Riley McBride and Colt Powell. Your second class, we have Christina Watts and Chloe Powell. In your second class, we have Peyton Nuncio and Peyton Nuncio.
You bring these three class winners back out. If I could just kind of try to just break down and simple the two highest priorities for me when I'm evaluating breeding cattle is going to be structural correctness and eye appeal. And with that said, when you bring these three back out here, there's one that I think is quite a bit better than the other ones in those two categories. I think soundness is very good, and then here from the profile is quite a bit better looking than the rest. The young man there out of our last class will have our champion. Congratulations to him. You bring second behind the champion. Like we said in class, that's a good cow. That's a little plain, and she still is. But when you bring her out here, in contention for reserve. But I think once you get them parked, you're not going to be able to convince me that there's another one out here that's that much better looking. And I'm very appreciative, and I can't say it enough, of cattle like that one. And the fact that she can have that much to her, but still have the right depth to her heel, the right set to her hind leg, and still be comfortable when she gets out and goes. To me, that was the second best. We'll keep those together. That's a reserve.
Your reserve breed champion AOB heifer goes to Peyton Nuncio, and your breed champion AOB heifer goes to Peyton Nuncio. We're now moving into the grand drive for our heifers, and today our American heifer is shown by Aisley Johnson, our British heifer is shown by Christina Watts, and our AOB heifer is shown by Peyton Nuncio.
Just a real quick run back through each one of our champion or breed heifers out here. We talk about the American female, and I think one that we were going to appreciate, or did appreciate, still appreciate for being sound. Like I talked in class, so that one's still feminine and attractive up front. I would say of all the heifers out here in contention, she's probably the narrowest gauge female. She's probably generally the flattest in her body. She probably gets outmassed the most comparative to her contemporaries. The Angus heifer is one that's so deep and so bold and soft in her body. I appreciate about her. She hits me as maternal, but just like we talked about her in that British drive, she's got a little extra chest. She's a little plainer through her front end. In motion, although I consider her functional, she's a bit tighter and more rigid in how she uses her back pastern there in her hind leg. And then we talk about the heifer that wins our exotic breed drive there. I said in that deal that my basics are two most simple things. It is structural correctness, soundness, and eye appeal. And I think you bring these back out here, that heifer no doubt does that the best combination. That one's going to be our champion. Congratulations to that young man. And then after that, we're left with our other two breed champions, or the reserve exotic heifer. And I don't think there's maybe one that just jumps out and runs away with it. But to me, the one that reads with the most quality and the most out there pieces without giving up functionality is going to be the young lady's other exotic heifer. We'll keep those two together. That'll be reserve overall. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion heifer goes to Peyton Nuncio, and your grand champion heifer goes to Peyton Nuncio.
Good job. Go make her a cow.
Kicking off our steer show in the British breed, we have Caitlin Castillo.
Our single entry and champion British is this young lady's Hereford steer, and one that I wish had some competition. And he will here later, but I like that Cash's practical look. He's good in the shape to his body and the boldness to his body. He appears to have spread dimension up high. Going directly away from me, he's maybe just a bit shallower in his twist and flatter there in the shape to his quarter than I like them to be, but he still appears to have a width, rib, and muscle up high. Then he handles it plenty good. I think putting together a lot of good things that I like my show steers too. We'll see how he stacks up against the rest of them later on. Congratulations to this young lady.
Your champion British steer goes to Caitlin Castillo. Kicking off our lightweight AOB class, we have Madison Thurman and Peyton Nuncio.
We'll leave these steers in the order that they stand. We got two calves out here that are both stout. I think from the outside, they're both big rib steers who are thick-ended. When you put your hands on them, I'll say the young man's calf that ends up being the class winner is squared up more. He's shaped up more right behind his shoulder. And in motion, I don't think either one of them are ideal in the angle of their shoulder, but I do think his hind leg appears to work just a bit better and just a bit looser. And then once parked there for the profile, that's probably the biggest advantage of this calf. I think he's just a bit more extended. I think he's just a bit cleaner in his chest. And he ties his neck out higher. All that gives him a sharper show steer look. The young lady's calf that's going to come in second. If I had to pick which one of them was the thickest from behind, he's probably the biggest hip and the widest stifle. But I think that's still very close. And it isn't much of a decision maker. The biggest thing for him is we need to clean him up in his chest. The dish face steer is just a bit cleaner, more gentle there in his look. And in motion, probably just a bit tighter as well.
Class 102 AOB steers. In second place, we have Madison Thurman, and in first place, we have Peyton Nuncio. For Class 103 of our AOBs, we have Christina Watts and Connor Nuncio.
We'll leave these two steers in the order that they stand. The young man's calf here to the right, a little rougher haired, so initially, it's a little bit harder to tie into him maybe as fast. But I think as I just work through and describe each one of them in my head, there's more positives in that steer. When you put your hands on him, he's square and more expressive up high, and he's probably quite a bit leaner as well. You get him behind the cattle, he's got more shape to his stifle down through his lower quarter, and then from the side, he's a leveler made steer, especially there out of his hip. Then he's got more extension up front. So the basics say that one's going to be better looking, and I think he is. The calf that's going to come in second, he's deep and soft in his body. That gives him a practical look. I just need to reorganize some things in the way that he's put together. He's straighter in his shoulder in motion. He wants to duck his pins and get up underneath this. So I just like to correct him and tweak him in those areas to hit you that much better there from the side. And since he doesn't have an advantage in muscle, it's hard to overcome that. Put your hands together for these two.
Class 103 of your AOB steered placings are Christina Watts in second, and in first, Connor Nuncio. For Class 104, we have Flora Appleton and Peyton Nuncio.
One more time, we'll leave the cattle in the order that they stand. The young lady steer that's going to win, he does so pretty quickly, and that's not taking anything away from the cow. And second, he's got some extreme pieces. But the steer that's going to end up being our class winner in terms of just skeletal quality and build, that's the best built cattle we've seen yet. Even with the heifer show in mind, just the organization that one skeleton. When you watch the cattle, or you ask them to lead and watch that one at the surface, how he plants and pushes, and his joints actually work with looseness and correctness are very, very good. You get in behind him. I don't have to touch these to know that that one's body shape is going to allow him to touch good up high. He's big hipped. He's wide from behind. He's good looking from the side. There you go. Cat that's in second. That one is ginormous bodied. That one's big red and deep and soft. He's got width and dimension. He's not as attractive in the set to his hind leg. He's a little bit plainer there in his look. He just cannot compete with the skeletal quality or look of our class winner. Put your hands together for these two.
Class 104 of your AOB steers. In second place, Peyton Nuncio. And in first place, Flora Appleton. Rounding out our AOBs in the heavyweights today, we have Madison Thurman and Peyton Nuncio. Just a reminder, our premium sale tomorrow night starts at 5 o'clock with dinner, and the auction starts at 6. We'd love to see you there.
The red one's going to win our last class. That one's got the look of a show steer. He's got the muscle up high from behind of a show steer. His body reads good. Emotion, that's the place we're going to need to fix him. He gets a little bit tighter, more restricted in how he uses his rear skeleton. I wish it was looser. I wish he got closer to putting his back foot in the same hole as his front foot. But we're getting critical because in this class he needs to win and do so pretty quickly. The black steer is deep and soft-bodied. That alone gives him a practical look, but I don't think his structure finishes that all for him. We need to make him just a bit better there in the set to his hind leg and to his pastern. The biggest thing from the side, he's deeper chested. He's plainer up through his front end. He's just not unique enough in his look. But a very good way to end this. We'll get our animals back out here for the drive. Put your hands together for those two.
Our heavyweight AOB steers, Class 105 placings are in second place, Madison Thurman, and in first place, Peyton Nuncio. We'll now move on to our AOB drive, where we have in the lightweight class, Class 102, Peyton Nuncio and Madison Thurman. In Class 103, Connor Nuncio and Christina Watts. In Class 104, Flora Appleton and Peyton Nuncio. In Class 105, Peyton Nuncio and Madison Thurman.
I'll stay quick and efficient. When you bring these class winners back out here, there's only two calves, or there's two calves amongst the four that separate themselves for having the stoutness, muscularity, and look from the side that I like in my show steers. But of those two, when you set the cattle in motion, there's only one of those that gets out and goes with an extreme level of comfort. There's one that's just that much sounder and that much better built. To me, makes the decision pretty quick. The young lady in Class 3 is going to be showing our champion AOB. Congratulations to her. The red steer will be reserved.
Our reserve breed champion AOB goes to Peyton Nuncio, and our breed champion AOB goes to Flora Appleton. We'll now move into the grand drive for our market steers. In the British division, we have Caitlin Castillo. In the AOB division, we have Flora Appleton and Peyton Nuncio.
you bring our champion reserve AOB and our champion British back out here for the champion overall drive. And I'll tell you, got things kicked off with the Hereford steer that, to me, for the Hereford breed, for Hereford steers, got a lot of good. He's good ribbed. I think that calf's sound and balanced from the side. He's got enough muscle, but I will say, compared to the ones that are out here, he probably planes up just a little bit too much from behind, which often happens when you compare those British cattle to our exotics. So you talk about our champion AOB. That calf puts together things that are hard to do. It's not easy to make one that's that good looking and get built as wide, powerful, and bold as he is. Or you can look at it from the opposite end and say it's not easy to make one that's that bold and wide, that's sounding good looking. Now, that's just good cattle in my opinion. We changed the plum, and that one probably wins the heifer show too. But to me, that one's very, very hard to pick a hole in. That's going to be our champion. We're going to keep those two exotics together. The young man behind her will have reserve. Let's put our hands together for all of them.
Our reserve grand champion market steer goes to Peyton Nuncio. And our grand champion market steer goes to Laura Appleton. We're going to roll into our junior showmanship, so all cattle exhibitors under the age of 13, please come on down. One last call for junior showmanship, ages 13 and under. Please come to the ring.
You see a man come out here for the junior showmanship competition, and it's been a very popular maybe discussion in each of our showmanship drives. It's just comfortability and just experience that I think has separated a lot of our champions, and I think it becomes evident out here in this grouping as well. There's just one that not only quicker but more consistently gets their cattle set up appropriately there from the profile. The young man there with the red steer is going to be our champion junior showman. Congratulations to him.
Your junior showmanship champion is Peyton Nuncio. We're going to roll into now our senior showmanship for all cattle exhibitors 14 and up.
I believe this is the last thing that I have to do, correct? Last time that I'm on the microphone. So before I get into the senior showman, I want to thank y'all one more time for the opportunity to come through and work through multiple species, work through the livestock, and more importantly, get to work with your young people. It really was a great time. Thank you for all the ring help, for allowing my job to be easy and allow everything to run as smooth as it did. I really do. I love the fact, and I'm appreciative of the fact that I'm out here. I'm getting to do what I do love to do, and I couldn't really have it any other way. I enjoy this, and I love what we're doing, and I think we all probably understand too that what we're doing is a good thing. And I always ask, and the most common thing that I talk about when I end things is let's just keep doing things right, and you know, it's not hard. It's not hard to know the difference between right and wrong. Usually, it's a pretty easy thing, and it takes all of us as a team. You know, every county fair across the state of Texas and country, we all work together every year to make sure it's a good experience for our young people. The major shows all have their job. Everybody's got a job. We are all in this together. And I thank y'all for putting y'all's kids in something that I do think is good as it is. So one more time, put your hands together for all the help and everybody that made this show possible. And I'm going to get you here in just a second, a champion senior cattle showman. You talk about the ones that are out here. To me, it comes down between a few of them, and I'll run through them here real quickly. The young lady over there in the black shirt is one that I think is real calm, cool, and collected. I like that about her. She's one that the other group got her calf set up just a bit quicker. When I was sitting there deciding or making a deciding factor, we made an adjustment of resetting him up, and I think we got our feet just a little too, our front feet a little too far forward, stretching him just a little bit further than I think we need to. The young lady right there in front of her, I think, does a very good job and has that level of intensity that I was talking about earlier in one of our showmanship classes, but maybe at times just a little bit too much. And another big thing is we don't have his front feet set up quite like we need to right now. We need to keep those suckers square. Then sometimes we're going a little too fast, and we can see he wants to back up just a little bit. And so what will happen is he'll push too much of his weight back. He's not looking his best when he's doing that. As a showman, it's our job to present our animal at the highest level that we possibly can. And the young lady over here to the right, every time that she's entered the ring with that steer, we've asked him to stop, get set up, he's done it. And he's done it in the correct way. She's kept him that way the whole time. Hadn't really given me a reason that I can't use her to win. To me, she's the most flawless. She'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Your senior showmanship champion is Flora Appleton. Thank you all for coming out today and for all the help that we had. If we can get another round of applause for our judge and all the help that we've had today, they have been incredible. Again, tomorrow night at 5 o'clock is the sale at the Civic Center. We start off with a dinner, and at 6 the auction begins. We'd love to see you there. And until next year, thank you. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad it was.
Mike, you sure got a voice and a face for radio.
Do what I can. Congratulations. That's something to be proud of. Something to be proud
Thanks for coming over here and doing that.
Yeah, well,
And
thank
I know you got paid, but still, thanks.
thank Lynn Ferris. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoy
I
doing
hope you
these.
get to keep doing that. Yeah, because I really don't know what all goes over there. But you can start with that. To the office.
Yeah, we pulled the audio from y'all's sound system into the stream today. I think people could hear online better than they can hear here. The rabbit guy, I wish we'd had him on the stream last night. He kind of mumbled.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did, but he was great with kids.
he's very good with kids. I do appreciate it. And honestly, if you show a little interest in him, he loves to explain it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Let's be real, not before I did know him.
No, I was kind of wondering where you got a rabbit judge.
Did the judge take off with the mic in his pocket?
Surely not.
No, I think that.
Oh, yeah, that's one.
Is that? Or is it him?
Sure.
Okay, no, that's right.
Way too late.
You're so pretty.
Dang right I am, don't you forget it.
This looks technical.
Doesn't look convincing at all.
I'm not touching it. I don't know.
Maybe not.
Or at least some of them. But clearly not all.
This is about the best we're working with.
That'll work for something.
Thank you again.
Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Tomorrow? Okay. All the lights and stuff are in there. Okay, I'm just gonna take Michelle the laptop.
It's now covered in dust.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not doing the auction too, are you?
No.
Just a wreck.
You know, we did that in Mason, and because of the time lag, you can't actively bid by watching YouTube. So
I
it's
already
kind of
still
pointless.
messed up anyway when you were.
I'm
being honest with you.
Did you have a lot of viewers?
Well, not exactly. I think at our peak we had 20 viewers at a time between
Was
Google
Mason
and
that way for a while?
YouTube
Or?
and Facebook. Well, it's still, if we get 50 at the peak, we're doing pretty good. But
Okay,
it's not
we're
the same
usually some of
people
those
all the
watching
time.
Mason.
What's that?
So we're usually some of those
Watching Mason. But Lynn's got really positive feedback on it, so I think he's going to want to do it again next year.
Okay. Well, I think that's awesome. Thank y'all for reaching out.
Is this yours?
No. That's y'all.
That's
Well,
our Wi-Fi that we had specifically set up for them, but it is ours.
okay, I don't know if it needs to go back to the internet provider.
Shad brought it out. But like Michelle, if that's a Michelle question. But like, we specifically make sure that they know it. Like it's specifically for them. How many times do you think you can run around that arena? This literally goes in our house.